live multi-stream on YouTube. On YouTube, I will be able to do screen share. I'm sorry, on TT we can't do screen share yet. Hopefully soon. We have some new streaming equipments coming in this week. A bit of update, and then we hopefully, if everything goes well, by next week or the next 2 weeks, we're waiting for some broadband. Is it called broadband? We're waiting for like broadband, or is it called fiber now? I'm not really sure. We're waiting for some network stuff to be ready at a new location. As you know, this is temporary. That's why we have all these interesting products behind me right now. And there is even one little cute mascot up there, I just realized. Lily, Haylin, Roy, Jess Burr, Mansobrina, Lia Lee, Alibaba Kali, Crystal Eves, I'm a Howie. Thank you for joining us. So, let's see. How do I didn't stream for 2 days and I forget where are all my devices. Let's just get into it. We are really late as usual. 4 p.m. Once again. What's new? I'm behind schedule again. So I need to at the very least record 3 videos first before I can start, slowing down my pace a bit. If not, everybody has nothing to work with. Van Def, Ronnie Tan, Pinkish, Reddish, Maroon, Timothy, Nikki Yo, Rose L, Abing Tor, Michael Tan, Do Not Disturb, Zairi, Wa Kun To, Cos, Mickey, Nila, Shin Chan, Love, Xiao Bai. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you so much. And then, let's just see. Today is the 2nd of October. What should we record first? There is a really viral. Let's just do the SMU video first. I wonder if there is more details on that. Happened 2 days ago, September 30th. Let me see. Let me find the article. Let me share it on YouTube. You to the tube. Wait, where's my keyboard? Stella, Benny, LOL, Tiny RMZ. Thank you for joining us. Police investigating after woman seen kicking at another woman at SMU campus in viral video. I'm sure everyone has seen that, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that how could we not cover this? I mean, we covered the one about a lady kicking another lady at the MRT. By the way, it happened again, this time in Taiwan. Editorial told me to cover it, but I thought we covered the one in Singapore before, and the one in Singapore had bigger context, like how it happened, everything. The one in Taiwan, not much context being shared besides that she was being charged for theft, which is really weird. She did a kick and she was charged for theft. So maybe there's some context that happened in the Taiwan version that we don't know about. But anyway, we're not covering that. Let's go back to the SMU one. Sorry, let me change share screen for you to the tube. There we have it. You to the tube and palm.fun. Can I see chat right here? No, I can't see chat right here. So let me just go through the points. What actually happened here? Why are there so many windows? Shouldn't this just be placed here? Can't be placed here. I'm just gonna say I dislike using Mac so much. Such a pain. Such a pain to use. 30th September. Woman in pink hoodie did a kung fu kick on an older woman. I think the older woman was like 60 years old. Wait, what's the age here? The older woman is 61 years old. Why isn't this... Hold on, I need to... Thank you for joining us. Tip Top Mummy, Elfie K, Krab, Kalai Magal, Hikma, Hilis, Su, D Lip YP, New Entertainment. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Let me feedback to editorial. I don't like the way the key points were structured. So we're really struggling with outputting so many stuff. We used to do 5, we want to do 10 stories now, and we're really struggling, to be honest. Also, it doesn't make it easier that I'm doing this on a live stream. The production rate is much slower because that is a live stream also. Victim and suspect. Okay, 22-second video of the Kung Fu kick. Okay, not Kung Fu kick, fine, a kick. Actually, even in the video, I couldn't see any kick, okay? The video doesn't even show what kick. The video only show like someone slowly lying down on the floor, a girl in a pink hoodie turning around, and then going to the table. I think it's like a standing table. That's all that I saw. So people were saying a kick happened, which we couldn't even see in the video, okay? So they're saying in the video showed a woman 22 years old, is it 21 years old, can be seen in pink hoodie kicking an older woman who was lying on the ground. Let me see the video again. I don't understand what are they seeing. Are we seeing a shortened version, abbreviated version on TikTok? Because I don't see any kick. Thank you for the emotes, Panda King. Welcome. Thank you for the heart me, Panda King. Thank you for joining us again. Thank you, Bongsu Wu Xin, Mr. Para, Afifa, FF, Mr. Ang, Purple Girl, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about the SMU kick. I want to see the video again, just to be sure that I'm not imagining things, okay? Because I don't see any kick. I'm looking at the 23 seconds video again. Once again, there was maybe a kick at the first second, but honestly, it was covered by the sofa, okay? Okay, to be honest, you could see like there's some kind of inertia with the body movement of the girl in pink hoodie. Okay, can you really see it? There's a little bit of inertia from the girl in pink hoodie, and then the other person on the floor laid down. So honestly, I can't tell where was the kick, where was the older woman kick at which area. Okay, I can't see. I'm just gonna see the replay again. I'm just gonna see this on replay. Can I slow the speed? Maybe it was the hand that she was supporting herself. And I see the woman there, it looks like she's holding a big toilet roll. Is she like the cleaner lady? I'm noticing that she's holding something in her left hand. It looks like a big toilet roll. I mean, you can see from the body movement, it looks like a kick was being exerted. That's all I can say. The rest is being covered by the sofa. Okay, Peter Ng, Ima, Chocolate's Kitchen, Shana, thank you for joining us. User Alphabet Johnny, RL, thank you for joining us. So, okay, fine. There was like a split second of a kick. The kick exactly, the kicking leg was not shown. could see from the body movement and inertia of the body. Is this inertia even the correct word to use? I'm just using technical jargon as I please right now, it seems. LOLA join. Mizuko Wawa, thank you for joining us. This is TTS Daily, behind the scenes. I'm Yi. So let me see the points again. That's about it. My god, how do I switch tabs? Such a pain. Uh, Bystanders expressed concern with one saying the older woman had fainted, urging others to call campus security. The older woman was referred to bystanders as a housekeeper lady. Can you all see the big toilet roll the housekeeper lady was carrying? Okay. Several people, as you can see in the video, went to assist the older lady. And if you read comments, some people are complaining like, what, Singapore is so heartless. People are just watching and filming and nobody came to the rescue. People are just reeling from the shock that it happened. And after that, people start, assisting the poor lady lying on the floor. Okay, so people are not heartless. Okay. People just took some seconds to process what happened, that's all. Comments be like, oh, Singapore is unloving, look at that. They just take pictures and don't care about the poor lady. Ridiculous. Matcha Cha. Shana, this kind of act on an older woman is bad. Yes, the act itself is terrible. The act itself is terrible. Trying to get further context. What did she do to deserve that kick? Although, and it looks like she was holding a big toilet roll. So I think she's a cleaner lady. They call it housekeeper lady. So maybe, yeah, probably it's cleaner. Nothing much actually. We don't have any more details on who is the student, age 21, okay? How come sometimes it says 22, sometimes it says 21? Confused. So basically we do not know what caused the altercation. Or is it considered bullying? Okay, we cannot initial videos that I saw before main publications like Straits Times covering it actually made alleged comments on the nationality of the student. I'm sure some of you have seen that, but official publications like Straits Times did not mention it, so we can't mention it, unless we have official sources. Let me just check what did Mothership say, okay? Yep. Basically Mothership did even lesser coverage on it. M4 Shaz, JL Bailey, NGG, Han Yusuf, Kelly, Rebecca Go, Fong Ching Ting. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. Nancy, 33 Dan, thank you for joining us. I'm Yi. We're gonna be recording the first story. Very straight, fast forward one. The NUS campus story. Is there really no update for this story? Let me just check. SMU campus. There's no update, huh? Hey, Asia One cover it. Let me see if they have any further context. Their latest update was 4 hours ago. PYPY, Hafiz Ayana, TikToker, thank you for joining us. Biscuit Lover Chocolate, thank you for joining us. Okay, I'm just gonna start recording this video. Is this video one? Oh, I guess this will be video one. Okay. It is so clear cut and straightforward. I should just take one take. Right guys, I'll be muting the stream for a while I record the first video. So please excuse me. Muting stream in 3, 2, 1. when we're recording, we have to mute the recording audio. You know what? Let me make this text bigger. Let me make this text bigger. Let me see. Wait. GQ girl, TT disturbing our audio. It's not TT, it's we mute the audio during recording. Grace cannot hear you, no sound. Melvin, bro, no sound late. That's because we have to mute during recording. You know what? I'm gonna make the word bigger, okay? Make the word bigger so people can see it more easily. And then okay. So when I'm recording, I'll be showing this, okay? And then I'll make it bigger. Oops. Like this, I guess. I guess when I'm recording, I have to make it bigger like this. Shaded color. Sorry. Because I was thinking this one blocks so much stuff, you know. So I was trying to find. GQ girl, thank you for the feedback. Let me find if there's something that isn't so loud. This red is like so fierce, you know. I was trying to find something more soft but yet visible to everyone. Let me see if there's something. I don't have much choices here for the presets. Man, this might be the lime green. Lime green. Let's see this. Like this, GQ girl, don't cover your face. The thing is, the word here, they don't allow me to pull it lower anymore. So I can only go up. Either I put here or I put here. Or if not, I can try to make it at the side like this. Like this? Maybe here. But the lime green is fading against the sofa behind, you know. Is this lime green better or the red one? Wait, usually studios when they are recording, they have a red light on, right? Not a green light. To show that this is recording in progress. Purple. Do we have purple? Let's see. I think the initial one that we chose was like purple lavender gradient. Let me see. Okay, maybe this is it. And then if I sit straight up, because my recording camera is this, my TT stream is this camera, my U to the tube stream is this camera. GQ girl, graduated colors. Cool, that's what we used earlier, but let me see. Okay, let's just use this for now first. Later I'll use this, see if it helps. Let's just use this for now first. I should do this when at night, you know, when we aren't streaming. So we did the first one. I'm so tempted to re-record it because it was a 22 seconds video and I spoke for like 1 minute 50 seconds. I mean, I could have spoken faster and make it like 50 seconds to be honest, but then but we're in a rush today. I need to now is good. But we're in a rush today. So I'm just gonna take it for what it is. Maybe tell the editing team, see if you can make it even more concise. Let me just upload it to them first. Is it about the hunting misadventure? GQ girl, which one? When you say hunting misadventure, the only one I know is I saw a video in China. Is it in China? They were climbing this snow mountain and someone unbuckled their safety hatch to help someone take a photo and then he slid down the mountain. Is that the one? GQ girl, is this a company? Well, we're doing this out of project, out of pocket. There's a bunch of us doing this because there's no way for me to edit at this point. In the beginning, when we're doing like 1-2 stories a day, we can do the editing ourselves. But if we are producing 10 a day, that is impossible for me to do it. Friends in Malaysia recently unalive, thinking it's animal. Oh, GQ Go, I didn't know this story. Do you have a source? I didn't know there was this story at all. Is it covered by any source? I haven't seen this story yet. Thank you for letting us know. Let me share this. Let me share this screen. I'm just gonna screenshot this and share with the team. I'll let them see if they can find this and see if we can cover it for tomorrow. Okay? Because yeah. Probably on Asia one. Thank you. I'll let the team know. Thank you so much. Thank you, G Cougar. VST, thank you for joining us. Like I said, we apologized yesterday we couldn't stream. We supposed to stop. We supposed to take 1 day break of stream on Tuesday, and yesterday was Wednesday. But I was so busy. By the time I was done with everything, it was like 6 p.m. And honestly, if I start the stream and recording at 6 p.m., even our team, the back end wouldn't be able to cope because you'll clash into our sleeping hours and all that. So yeah, and we already prepared like a ton of stuff for it also. So you're really, we are really winging it as we expand our production level, try to see how we can cope with everything. So far, it's not been easy. It's honestly not been easy. So to all those content houses out there, kudos to you all. It's really not easy, especially Singapore. It's really hard to. I've been trying to study their model. How do they manage to even cover their costs? Because they have so many people. It's really by sponsorship, honestly. So ultimately, we might have to take sponsorship also, but maybe not as at this point yet because we're still small. But if not, honestly, in Singapore, I don't understand how can you cover your costs. Let me upload this. Jigu Girl, I save it in my TT account. I repost on my TT account for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Lahar70, thank you for joining us. Let me check our other platforms. We have 6 on palm.fun. And let me check. I couldn't tell. And we have 1 on You to the Tube. So wait, okay, telling the team video unuploaded. Ong Heng Lian, thank you for joining us. Okay, what should we do for our next story? Let me take a look. How many do we have exactly today? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Yeah, let's do 8 first. Second one. Wait, why are we doing this? Huh? Story. Let me tell them. WhatsApp is lagging. Ken, 师傅你好. Hi Ken, 你好. Welcome, thank you for joining us. TTS Daily here. I'm Yi, and I'm kind of struggling because the story I wanted to cover is not here. It's replaced by a story that I rejected. I'm trying to figure out what was the story that I wanted to cover that isn't here. GQ girl on my account now. I add on thing really fast. Recounted by Joshua Lim in purple tea. Real pop to me. Ken, I'm trying to figure out what is in your display. What is in my display? Behind I don't know also. Ken, I'm not sure also. They aren't mine, okay? I don't know. Maybe I know some of them. This is sparkling water flavored. Pretty nice, but it contains carbohydrates, so it will make me plump. GQ Girl beauty products. I know this one. I eat this daily. That's about it. The rest I'm not really familiar. These are Legos. I didn't build them. Ken, oh, you selling them? Nope, I'm not selling them. This is our temporary setup before we move to a more permanent location. And these are the current display. Feel free to take a look. I'm not selling any of them. SG Fantasy 1 Ping, thank you for joining us. Display, yeah, it's a display cabinet. Ah. Okay, wait. Let me just focus on the missing story, okay? I have a missing story here. I'm trying to figure out what is the missing story. Oh my god. GQ girl, what are you wearing? A short sleeve shirt. This is a zi bit. This is called Da Luo. This is 108 beats. Buddha prayer beats, 108 beats. This is a zi bit, or you can say Tian Zhu. And then a short sleeve shirt. Ken, he not wearing anything. What? Oh, yeah, I'm not wearing anything on my right hand. You know what? I just realized I forgot to wear my bracelets today. No wonder I felt that I was in a rush. I forgot to wear all my bracelets. So, still trying to figure out what was the missing story now. GQ girl. Can I even say that word? What's this? SISSY? No? Question mark. Not sure. The brand? No, the brand is not that. Halftime, thank you for joining us. Sheena Go, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for joining us again. Talk East, Talk West. Something is wrong with my mouse. I can't even scroll my WhatsApp chat. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the next one. This is a big one. Fine, let's do it. Let's just do it. Foreign. No, this is not the one I want. NTUC got into the news. Singapore court awarded over 417,000 to the family of Mr. Koh Wah, who suffered brain injuries in a 2019 traffic accident, and criticized NTUC Income for its wholly unreasonable refusal to pay certain claims. Have you heard of this story? So on June 2019, Mr. Koh Wah was struck by a van and suffered brain injuries. 2020, the driver was jailed 1 week and banned 18 months. Only 1 week. Mr. Koh Wah's son, Jonathan Koh, then sues the driver and SJ Universe. What is this? NTUC Income Defense. What is this? What am I reading? Okay, basically the victim's son, Jonathan Koh, sued the driver and the driver's company, SJ Universe. And NTUC Income was the insurer, so they took over conduct of the defense, since it was responsible for any compensation awarded. And sadly, that lawsuit dragged on for over 3 years. In October 2024, before the closing arguments for damages were submitted, the victim, Mr. Koh, passed away. And because Mr. Koh became bedridden after the incident, he required frequent ambulance trips to the hospital for hospital visits. And NTUC Income objected to those expenses and also other medical expenses that have been covered by MediShield Life. NTUC Income argued damages for pain and suffering should be denied because Mr. Koh was comatose during much of the period and supposedly could not felt pain because he had brain injuries. I can't believe what I'm reading here. This is NTUC Income's defense. Insane. Oh my god, this is really insane. I am very happy the judge has criticized NTUC Income's conduct as wholly unreasonable behavior. And now NTUC Income has been ordered to pay $122,889.52 Singapore dollars for medical expenses, regardless whether it has been covered by MediShield Life, MediSave, cash, credit, or even debit card. And then for NTUC Income's refusal to pay the ambulance fees, he has also allowed the claim. And then, the most insane claim of NTUC's Income's defense, arguing that the victim shouldn't be able to feel any pain because he was in a comatose. So there should be no damages for pain and suffering. That is the most ridiculous one. The court has rejected NTUC Income's argument and awarded to the victim 210,000 Singapore dollars for pain and suffering and 8,000 for loss of amenities. Honestly, even this damages is not sufficient at all. Okay. In total, the court awarded more than 417,000 in damages to Mr. Koh Wah's estate and family. which honestly, come on man, this money can't even replace him. Mr. Kowa is gone now. He already passed away. NTUC income. Refusal to pay out insurance. This is really. Thank you to the judge, honestly. Thank you so much to the judge. What's his name? Deputy Registrar Kim Bam So. Okay, we're gonna cover this. I need to go through it one more time. This case is really complex. Kind of shocked actually. Let me share the case on you to the tube. Share screen. Stallion, thank you for joining us. Ken, we'll come back when you find your loose story. We're just proceeding on and doing this NTUC income story, Ken. GQ girl, TT change server, is it? No, you can't change server on TikTok. Is it a bit lagging, GQ girl? Victoria Thrones, thank you for joining us. KSC, thank you for joining us. Let me switch to the share screen on you to the tube. We're doing this next story now. Really insane story. So NTUC Income took on the defense as they were the insurer for this accident. District Court awarded more than 417,000 in damages to a family of an elderly man who suffered severe brain damages from a traffic accident. Not a good look at all, NTUC Income. Not a good look at all. I'm happy that the judge, with his comments, which includes the insurer's wholly unreasonable behavior and also includes NTUC Income's unfounded objections, and the court's unmixed dissatisfaction with the manner NTUC Income has conducted itself. Really strong words there. And the driver was only jailed a week. The judge has said the insurer's objections were careless and meritless. Oh, this is a bit technical here. The judge allowed them to claim from NTUC income even though MediShield has paid out for certain expenses because MediShield is effectively a nationalized insurance scheme. And he even has this statement: it boggled the mind why NTUC income would have taken such an unyielding stance over something so obviously necessary. Could I just say judge? Must I say deputy registrar? Let me just check, okay? No, so it's not judge. Wait, let me check. For Singapore. So it's not judge. They're judicial officers, but not judge. But they carry out judicial functions. They do judge stuff, but they aren't called judge. My mind can't take this today. Mike Wong, thank you for joining us. Yi, this TTS Daily behind the scenes. Deputy Registrar. Okay, very confusing. I'm just gonna call it the DR. Back to the story. Okay, pretty straightforward story. I mean, not straightforward, but I understand the flow of it pretty well now. I just need to check on the part when NTUC income take on for the defense when this started. Okay. Okay, I can do this. Mira, only one. Thank you for joining us. Serene Lim, 448. I'm about to mute the stream again because I'll be recording, okay? So, recording in 3. No, what? Let me get some water first. Ben Mok, thank you for joining us. Yo Ah Sing, thank you for joining us. Tao Ki, thank you for joining us. Just realized I have so many big stories today to cover. Okay, we're gonna NGG, thank you for joining us. We'll be muting the stream in 3, 2, 1. Muting now, recording in progress. We'll be back after finishing recording the second story. Wait, I'm kind of thinking if I want to re-record this. I might want to re-record it. Not entirely satisfied. It was already explained. There was no need for me to give. Okay, I have to re-record this. I have to re-record this. GQ Girl official arrested 2 female netizens who gave updates on truth but claim on a text witnessed by all neighbors. I mean, let me try to figure out what you're trying to say. Official arrested 2 female netizens who gave updates on truth. So there are attacks on witness. Is that what you're trying to say? So people are fearful to come out. Maybe that's what you're trying to say here. Eddie Ng, Amanda Ong, thank you for joining us. So guys, we have to re-record story 2. Yeah, let's re-record that. Let me just think how I want to change it. Probably after here. This scroll wheel is the worst scroll wheel I've used. I dislike the kind of floaty scroll wheels, It's like after you scroll, you cannot control exactly how much it moves. Sometimes it moves that little bit, sometimes it has like added acceleration and then it scrolls way too much. GQ Girl, neighbors selling away their homes. Upmarket residents. GQ Girl, I'm talking about this. I'm trying to scroll through the NTUC income story, but then, it keeps moving too fast or too slow. GQ Girl, why pre-recording when you're doing live show? We can't be doing live show because recording takes a long time daily. Because we're uploading daily, you see. If we're doing content, uploading once a week, we can do live shows. But the thing is, you want to do news, you have to be timely. You want to be timely, you need to record daily. And then we used to do 1, 2, 3 stories a day. We're doing 10 a day now. So there's really no way for you to do a live show with recording separately. There's no way, because after that you have post-production, all the editing that you have to do. Unless, let me see, how is that possible? Unless we do a live show for 2 hours a day. Then after that, I go offline and I do all the recording. But so far, this format, what we're doing is more like behind the scenes, since I have to be recording, I'll interact with audience members such as yourself, GQ girl. Thank you for being here. I know it's some parts when I'm doing recording I have to mute. It's unbearable. I mean, in You to the Tube, we have elevator music over there, but it's still as bad. So I mean, we wanted to do this for some time because I mean, since we're spending so much time recording daily, might as well make it, behind the scenes. But I take your point. During recording, there should be some kind of more interactive elements. I do not know. Maybe in future we have features like you can play a game while I'm recording on screen while the audio is muted, and then you could possibly listen to some elevator music on TikTok and play some games. You know, GQ girl NTUC jialat. Their behavior for this case is really shocking, especially the one that they claim the patient is brain dead, so he cannot feel pain. So why must I pay for pain and suffering? That one, honestly, anyone that reads that, I don't blame you for getting heated up. GQ girl, your format more professional. Thank you. As you're taking in feedback, how we can improve this, because honestly, this format now is making our uploads slower. So excuse me, I have to re-record the second story, so I have to mute the chat again in 3. Oh god, my mouse. This mouse. Okay, muting in 3, 2, 1. trying to see, which is slightly to the right of my recording camera. And then while recording, I also occasionally glance at TikTok so that you don't feel left out, even though the audio is muted. Thank you for the mooncake, 10 mooncakes, Rosalia. Thank you for the You're Awesome Cat, Rosalia. Thank you for the Heart Me, Rosalia. Thank you so much. Sorry I was away. Let me just upload this first. In the meantime, just ask me anything, AMA. Alright, let's see. Let's check Perm. 3 on Palm. Do we have any? 1. Do we have any highest concurrent? No stats on that. Okay, what should we do for the third story? Let me see if my missing story is back. Nope, it's not back. So we only have to do 7 today instead of 8. The missing story is gone. We did 2 local. Let's go to Malaysia. Basically, this woman sent her laptop in for repairs, and not surprising, I mean, you've heard stories of this, right? The computer repair guy go and snoop around the hard disk and found sexy media of the woman that sent in her laptop for repair. And as you know what they do, they take your sexy media for their own personal exciting time. Similar stories has happened in Singapore, we've covered before, where a mobile repair shop worker did that to Mobile Phone Send, and then the client was shocked seeing that, you know, they were at home and they could see all the cloud notifications, like who are moving folders, our sexy folders, to their own personal cloud drive. It has happened in Singapore for mobile phone repairs, and then people were asking us which mobile phone shop is that. You know, sometimes we don't include the shop name because we do include the source. So if you search the source, you know, every video we have a source there. So usually we have the source of the publication. If you were to search the source, you would know which shop it is, okay? But anyway, this story happened in Malaysia. But all I'm trying to tell you is, think twice the next time you send in your laptop for repair, the next time you send in your mobile phones for repair, because be mindful of what kind of sexy media you're keeping on it, okay? Even though they have no right to do that, that is crime what they do, you know. The thing is, it's happening, okay? It's happening. Princess, I feel bad. Thank you for the follow, Princess. Thank you. What do you mean by I feel bad about the laptop repair thing? I'm just saying, when people send in their devices for repair and there's sexy media on it, you know, I'm just saying, it's a crime to snoop around your personal, you know, stuff. But the thing is, there's a lot of cases of this happening, being reported, okay? And also, what's wrong with this generation? Why are people so obsessed with the idea of keeping sexy media of yourself? Are you trying to like preserve pictures when you are at a peak form or something like that, you know, so that when you're older you can go back and see, oh, I used to be in such great shape 20 years ago. Is that why? Is that why? Princess, I feel bad about him. Are we talking about Yu Menglong again? I'm guessing you're talking about Yu Menglong, Princess. Thank you for joining us. And Denise Fu Ken, thank you for joining us. Crooks in uniform, talk fake stuff so free. Not, I don't know, talk fake stuff so free. Is this another news? Could you give me more context? I trying hard to understand you here. Okay, where is the link? Let me look at the link. I can share screen on you to the tube. First of all, I just want to know, do we have an exact shop name for this shop in Malaysia? It happened in Malaysia where sharing screen on you to the tube. Crooks in uniform, IB, bull to the poop, bull poop. What is IB? Bull poop. Princess, yesterday I didn't sleep, I was only thinking about you. I see, yeah, his case is still an enigma. When there are more updates to his case, more conclusive updates, we will do an update video on Yu Menglong. Okay. Oh man, there's too much ads on this page. I need to turn off the screen share. Let's go back to this. So basically, after reading that, crooks in uniform, not sure, was it Bun Drama? So free to order free making for Cam when she never existed but in remand. She ordered free makan. Okay. Are you talking about the case about the one where they do the scam call and do bulk orders to all the hawkers? Is that what we're talking about? Eve Tan, thank you for the heart me. Princess, they said they opened his belly to remove. Princess, this one is alleged. Okay, there's no evidence. Okay, so we don't know what's real or not. The autopsy report allegedly is only with the family members, and the family members has not come out sharing the autopsy reports. So that's why, even though there's a lot of question marks with this case, nobody knows the truth. Honestly, nobody knows the truth. Princess, that's why I was very careful not to include that version of the story in our coverage, because there's too many variations. So which is it? Charles, you are a doctor. No, Charles, I'm not a doctor. I'm surprised everyone today asked me if I'm a doctor. This is not a stethoscope, you know. This is not a stethoscope. This is a 108 prayer beat. Okay, does it look like a stethoscope? Or is it this? This is a a bead, a giant bead. This in fact looks like my school uniform from the past. Maybe that's why I bought it, because it reminds me of my school. Okay, let's go to the third story. Computer sent for repair turned into privacy invasion. The staff, not surprisingly, I'm pretty sure this isn't his first time, search woman's cloud storage with keyword sexy. And then even find out all the woman's personal details like T to the G app, username and all that. And viewed all her private photos. Not sure if she did really have any so-called personal private sexy media on her laptop, but like, I'm just telling you, this kind of story, there's too many, okay? There's too many. There's way too many. And not all are being reported, obviously. This happened in Puchong, Selangor, Malaysia. So all she wanted to do was a RAM upgrade from 8 GB to 16 GB. So, RAM upgrade, you don't really need to turn on the computer until you have inserted the RAM, replaced the RAM or upgraded the RAM, then you turn on the computer to make sure it is being registered as 16 GB. And the staff told her, leave your stuff with me. When the supplies are in, upgrade done, I will give you a call. But of course, obviously, he did that not before checking her personal cloud storage, even searching for the word sexy. Oh my god. When would they know that they won't exactly have such an obvious keyword as sexy for such personal photos, I think. They wouldn't name it sexy. It wouldn't be so easy to find, okay? Oh my god. So anyway, long story short, the victim took the laptop back, and it was only days later she noted from her browsing history and her Google Drive, can I say, even say the word Google here, Google Drive cloud storage history, that someone has been accessing all her personal files dating back all the way to 2018, even using the keyword sexy, trying to see if there's any really sexy stuff on it. Obviously, she feels disgusted and violated. So, did she call the police? Yes, she did call the police. She lodged a police report first and then confronted the shop. And then the person that was caught, admitted his crime, saying that he only browsed the file for a short while because he was curious. Bro, really curious until look all the way back to 2018. Thank you for the follow, Normala Ahmad, best spiker. I can't read what you're writing, sorry. I can't exactly read what you're writing. Is that a... not sure. Maybe somebody... Sorry, I'm not sure how to read that. Anyway, the stuff... Yeah, the handphone shop boss then tried to, de-escalate the situation by offering the victim 300 ringgit in cash to settle the matter quietly. Now police investigations are still on the way. Yeah, pretty easy story. We did this before. Pretty easy. Let's cover this. Guys, we'll be recording our third story, so I have to go to the recording in session mode again. Snowfall White, Evelyn, thank you for joining us. I have to go to that mode again. So recording in session starting in 3, 2, 1. back, YouTube audiences. I'm back, palm.fun audiences. Let me just make a note there and upload it to the team first. 3, this is Selangor computer repair. File upload. I have a note here. Oops. Use fun BGM. The part I mentioned. Oh man, I'm hungry, guys. I'm starving. Video 3 uploaded. 4 more to go. Have we done a China story today? Not yet, right? Let's do a China one. What's next? Hang Yun Lei Yu. Welcome to the stream. I'm hungry. Gajah Boy, Pa Tan, Pet Tan. Thank you for joining us. I'm Yi. I'm a TikToker, not a doctor. Though so many people have asked me if I'm a doctor. Is it because of what I'm wearing? This is not a stethoscope, okay? It's a 108 prayer beads, and this is a zibit. Anyway, Zain Zorro, welcome to the stream. This is TTS Daily. I know why you all think I'm a doctor, because this looks like a stethoscope, this looks like a doctor's vest, and then behind me looks like all sorts of like stuff to give out to patients, you know, for no wonder people are all wondering, am I a doctor? I see. It matches. Wait. No. Let's focus on our story. 4th story. Supposed to do 8, which is a reduction of 10 usually, and then I realized one story is missing, so we're only doing 7. We've done this. Let's do another long one. Oh my god, we have so many long stories here. Okay, let's do Japan, then China. CYH, yeah, quite true. Welcome back to the stream, CYH. I didn't know you were here. Is there any way it's so hard to see. Sometimes I don't even know what is the proper way to see who is online. Because they only show top viewers. They don't show like who is exactly online in the room right now. CYH, Dog Lover, Happy, Mami Li Ling, 8 Monkey Island, user 1284881369561, and David Cheng. Thank you for being here. Hello, welcome back again. Nadeta, thank you for joining us. So this story is so ridiculous. It is like the ultimate form of gaslighting. So when I saw this story, I was like, we have to cover this, okay? We have to cover this. Do you think the people that follow you are fools? So, let me share it on YouTube. Mami Li Ling, yeah, love your video. Jiayo, thank you so much for the support, Mami Li Ling. Thank you so much. Appreciate you very much. So this, oh wait, how come is this? What happened? Copy and paste. It's about a Japan mayor who was caught going to a how, it's basically a love hotel. Okay, is it a love hotel? Yes. You you guys have known the story, right? The Japan mayor, female mayor, has been caught going to a love hotel on several occasions with a male subordinate, and she claims that they were there to discuss business so that there will be no intrusions or disturbance. So, and she insisted that yes, I admit we went there several times, but nothing happened there. We went there to discuss work, and she's very insistent on her story, you know. So basically, she claimed the male subordinate brought her out for lunch, and then he asked if they want to continue discussions at the Love Hotel. And she has been caught, you know, going there several times, and she still insists nothing happened in there. They went there to do work, not physical work, discussions, okay? And there was nothing romantic happening there, no romantic relations. I mean, this word very tricky the way she worded it. She claims there's no romantic relations. So were there physical relations? She claims she's sticking to the story. Nothing romantic happened, nothing physical happened. And but obviously, you know, people don't believe her. Her own colleagues probably don't believe her. Her people don't believe her. And in like one night, they have received like 2,000 complaints, I think, in one night over her. So very interesting. So for work, strictly work, she would meet him for meals, and then they will go to karaoke booths to do work, also discuss work, so have no disturbance, and also love hotels. Who would believe her story? It's like she doesn't want to quit her role. She wants to remain at her role. Okay, she doesn't want to quit. So she's explaining nothing happened. She's very insistent on it. So let's see if she can stay in her position or not. Jimbo Jingus, yo, there is no text to speech. Not see wrong, text to speak. I'm sorry, the TTS here is actually us. We are the talk squad. It's not text to speech. Listen, we didn't realize naming ourselves the Talk Squad and then keep referring to ourselves as TTS Daily would have such circumstances where people keep coming up on stream asking how to enable text to speech or text to speak. CYH, her choices of venues are hard to believe. I know, right? And it's like people are calling her to come down. She's saying I did nothing wrong. We legit went there to do work. Nothing romantic went on. And even divulge more. Not just there, I also go to restaurants, even karaoke booths, to do work. So now they're taking in feedback from public, seeing whether do they still want her to remain in the position of authority as a mayor. But I mean, this is like the ultimate level of gaslighting. Are we gonna really believe? Is she married? Let me check. Is she married? Okay, it didn't state whether she's married or not. So she's probably single. But the male subordinate that she was caught going on, several trips all around Japan with is married. And I believe younger than her. She admitted to visiting hotels with the same married male employee more than 10 times. I don't know. Must be a really conducive environment for work discussions. I remember there was another link that said the male subordinate was much younger than her. Let me check. B for belief or bluff. Nice. I could use that for intro. B for belief or B for bluff. Wait, let me just check the sources. Hold on a minute. I remember I remember there was an article stating the male subordinate's age. Okay, let me see. Mayor Akira Ogawa, age 41, 42, mayor of Maebashi City, Maebashi City, Gunma, Japan. Single, former lawyer, and the first female mayor of Maebashi. Elected in February 2024. Loves going to hotels with male subordinate. Let's see. So a lot of Japan news has covered this. Obviously, she's the mayor. Like basically, Asahi TV, NHK, Nippon News all reported this. She was seen visiting Love Hotels multiple times with a married male employee of Maebashi. Is it correct? Maebashi City Hall. She describes these early meetings as occasional and framed them as times she sought advice or consultation. I'm confused. She's the mayor. Does she not have an office in the city hall? Like her own room? Do they not give the mayor of Maebashi City Hall their own office, so much so that they need to go to KTV booths or even Love Hotels for privacy to discuss work matters? Nothing romantic, of course. Or maybe he has very bad soundproofing, so there's a lot of noise from outside. Speaking of noise disputes and other stories, there's a lot of popping up story recently about noise disputes in Singapore after the Yishun fatal noise dispute. There's like so much on TT recently. When you doom scroll, so many suddenly popping up. Wanted to cover that, but there's like so many popping up, so it's like impossible to cover all of them. Anyway, back to Mayor Ogawa. Explains she consulted with this specific employee. This guy is favored since she was caught going to the Love Hotels with him more than 10 times. Because she couldn't discuss some stuff with senior or special class staff. And then admitting besides restaurant and karaoke booths, they would look for places where they could talk more freely and privately. Love Hotels, yeah, I know. So they want a place where there's privacy and they could discuss sensitive issues comfortably. Noting the word she used, comfortably. Why is she so insistent? She keep insisting these meetings were for consultation and problem solving, not a romantic relationship. Like, who's gonna believe you? Innocent till proven guilty, fine. So maybe that's really what happened. I don't know, maybe they had a voucher for discounted rates. You never know. CYH, just joking lah. Mummy Li Ling, thank you for the 4 roses. Thank you so much. So after she was caught and this story was reported, she paid all hotel bills personally. Anyway, she insisted there was no affair. Let's see. Yeah, she never said she's gonna quit. She's still reported to be scheduled to attend future city council sessions. Is there no update on this? I'm just gonna check. What's her name? Akira Ogawa. I'm just gonna search. I mean, it's been what, a week, 2 weeks, Maybe she has already resigned. Let me just check. Oh wait, wrong keyboard. Oops. What did I type? Okay, here. Yep, she expressed her desire to carry on in her role. Okay, so she's still the mayor. Hey, you know what? At least she paid for all the love hotels herself. And the only thing wrong here is the male employee was married. I mean, if the male employee is single and she's single, then I do not know. I mean, are they not allowed to date each other just because they work in the same place? I mean, if both are single, I do not know. Okay. So let's cover this story. But I want to be quick with this story. Like, I want to clear this in less than 90 seconds. So, but then I have a feeling I'll drag on again. Oh my god, because I can't help making too many comments on this story. I can't help it. How can you expect me to bulldoze through this story without making comments? It is just so incredulous. It is testing my common sense, testing my logical thinking. Okay, guys, recording in session in 3, 2, 1. Okay, unmuted you to the tube and pump.fun. Sophia, thank you for joining us. Lost Souls, thank you for joining us. 6:30 p.m. It's a rainy day. I hope it's not raining outside anymore. Let me just upload this. Actually, I don't need to redo the intro. That one is good enough. Because I did mention she was single slightly after. Yeah, I think this is Safi. Oh, what happened? Thank you for joining us, Ling. Should I order dinner? 6:30. Everything's gonna be expensive now. Maybe I should order at 8 p.m. Wait, let me upload this. We've covered 4 today. The next one is a China story. And then after that, 4, 5. And then the last 2 stories are all Singapore stuff. Oh man, all the next 3 stories are all so long. Honestly, today's story is like 6, 4. Possibly our YouTube long form today, you to the tube long form today could be 24 minutes long, hopefully. So far, we haven't managed to post long form over 20 minutes on YouTube because it's been hard trying to compile everything timely together. Yeah. Not easy, yeah. Wait, let me post this first. Folder for Japan. Okay, 3 more. This story, let me see, what is this story? The next story, 2-year-old boy in Nanning suffers severe throat burns from hot soup. You're heading. What is this? Sorry, that was my bell. I saw this really misleading header they want to cover. They say drinking hot soup turns tragic and then 2-year-old in China. So I thought a 2-year-old in China was unalive because of a hot soup, because that's the meaning of the word tragic, right? And then I went to read the news, and then apparently, doctors saved the 2-year-old boy. I mean, good, thankfully, but isn't the heading so misleading? Tragic, you know. I thought when you use the term tragic, it means a death is involved. I'm just gonna check. Did I understand the term tragic wrongly? Okay, let's just see. Extreme distress or sorrow. So tragic could be something that is not linked to death. This is the first time I've seen this meaning, you know. Have we updated the definition of tragic now? Tragic, causing or characterized by extreme distress or sorrow. It's not linked to death anymore. Have we? What is this? Oh my god. Let me check. Can you use tragic to not? Fine, you can use the word tragic to describe events other than death. Fine. So I was the one that's bad in English all the while. Oh my god. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure during the 90s when I was schooling, tragic, you know, my English teacher probably told us, you know, if you write this word in a composition, it probably has to be linked to, like, you know, an event of someone passing away, like in very extreme situations. But now it apparently I was wrong. Tragedy doesn't have to end in death. Okay, fine. I'm bad in English. Thank you for joining us, Irene. Oh my god. Okay, back to the story. Quick China story. Quick one. 2-year-old boy in Nanning suffers severe throat burns from hot soup, rushed to ICU. Oh my god. When you say hot soup, does it mean spicy or the temperature hot? Doctors managed to save his life with intubation. Oh, so it was really hot. The temperature was hot. Oh my god. He used a straw to drink the hot soup. I think. Oh my god. So, wait. So, what the fuck was this? James Tan, latest news. Boy 11 passed away on the same day. James Tan, are we talking about the boy, the case last year? Is it last year? The one that the teacher claimed he was taking stuff, that one? Is that the one we're talking about? And then search his bag, search the bushes outside the classroom, and then couldn't find the alleged missing items. Are we talking about that story? It's oh, that one, yeah. Thank you, James Tan. Yeah, that's one of the story that we want to cover. It's gonna be one of the stories that we cover. Yeah. Because that one is really, yeah, that story has a lot of important social awareness context for it, because it's like till now we don't know whether the boy has depression or not. And was this the first time he was reprimanded by the teacher, and then it caused such an adverse reaction to him because he couldn't deal with it? He cried 3 times in school, and then suddenly they didn't say the venue that it happened, but from the way the story was written, most likely it looks like it should be in school, right? I mean, I read that article several times and I couldn't have a place of where it happened. So yeah. So sometimes you have to really, keep the young ones, have to teach them, mental fortitude. Mental fortitude seems to be a thing like people like us. I mean, like when you grow up in the 90s, people just, stop crying, get tough, and then you just get tough. But nowadays, it doesn't work anymore, What works in the past, in the 90s, doesn't work now. Last time, our parents would just tell you, hey, snap out of it. Stop being sad. And we would just snap out of it. I mean, but now it's like mental health is like a different level, okay? So James Tan, I felt that poor boy like being bullied. Yeah, there's a lot of context there that we don't know. Like, is this the first time this happened? And in the end, even the story itself couldn't confirm did he really take the items, because the items were not found, and the boy apparently was like crying 3 times, not really answering, or maybe he felt like really wrong for things he didn't do. There's a lot of things that we don't know from this story, so it's like, and even the teachers, I think the educators in the incident say that they didn't detect anything wrong with him. So it's like such a drastic choice. Children, the young ones, they don't understand the I will call it the valuable, not valuable, the importance of life itself. Don't know how to cherish life itself. Jessica Tay, thank you for joining us. We will most likely cover that story today. It's probably the last story that we'll cover today. So, Jameson, I feel that educators should be empathy the students. Yeah. I mean, that is why sometimes people are saying, why aren't teachers disciplining the bullies in school more? And then we have cases like this where, people are asking, why is the teachers pushing him for confession or to look for the missing items when the boy has cried 3 times today? So it's tough. It's not easy. Jamestown, once it's proven before pass the judgment. Honestly, from the article, can you tell, did he take the item? From the way it's worded, it's inconclusive. And you should know, young kids, when they start crying, sometimes what they say because of their emotions, building up, what they say might not be even like what they really happen or even the truth, because they are just overwhelmed with emotions. Especially young kids, when they're crying, they're very overwhelmed, they're emotional. Sometimes they don't even know that, sometimes maybe they're saying the truth, and maybe the adults are thinking, are you sure you didn't do this? And maybe they're thinking, oh, maybe I should answer the other way because I'm still getting scolded. But by telling the truth, then they switch their statements. It happens in kids, really. Jameson, I agree with you. Thank you for agreeing. I mean, if you're a parent, you discipline kids enough, you should know sometimes their story will switch, because sometimes they do not know, should they tell the truth or should they say the things that you want to hear? Especially sometimes when they tell the truth and you still don't believe them, then it's like, and they are so overwhelmed, and Wait, let's go back to the Nanning story. Where is it? Okay. So, 2-year-old boy was given a straw to drink really hot soup, and then that caused him to scald himself, causing immediate burn injuries to his throat and mouth. Rushed to ICU, and then he was diagnosed with burns to the throat and oral cavity, airway obstruction because scalded, so probably swell, caused breathing difficulties, and he was in critical condition, with his condition worsening by the next day, transferred to ICU for emergency treatment. Oh my. His what here? Epiglottis has swollen to the size of a small ping pong ball, nearly blocking his airway, leaving only a very narrow airway passage at the edge of his throat. So they had to do emergency procedures at ICU, it seems, and they use a 3.5 mm endotracheal. Oh my god, this word, endotracheal. James Tan, I believe that boy chose to unalive to prove his innocence. James, that is one possibility. Why parents never see this and to stop him? The parents were not there when it happened, James. The parents were at work, I believe, from the article. The father got the call and I think rushed. If I'm not wrong, he rushed to the hospital, and by the time he reached there, the tubes were already removed from his boy. So, and the parents also say that there was no signs of depression. Heroin Beauty Studio 2000, thank you for joining us again. It's a really tragic story. So anyway, back to the boy in China, that emergency procedure introducing the 3.5 mm tube to intubate the 2-year-old boy saved him, as that allowed him to breathe. So everything is insane. You gave your child a really bowl of hot soup and you gave them the straw, and then you leave it to them to control the amount that they will drink suddenly with the straw. Insane parenting, this one. How would a 2-year-old child know, how much to drink when it's super hot? Even if they understood it is hot soup and it will hurt them, a 2-year-old child will not be able to control the straw, like to slowly drink it, even if you tell them. It should have been cooled sufficiently before giving it to the child. Or feed them with, small spoons, not a straw. The 2-year-old child probably couldn't control how much he wanted to sip. That's why this incident happened. And now the parents can't even pay for the medical treatment because they have financial burden and couldn't even enroll him in the basic medical insurance for urban and rural 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 residents. Majula Singapura, you love to do live now. Majula, welcome to the stream. We would be doing live streams going forward Monday to Fridays, unless it's a public holiday or school holidays. Like yesterday, we were supposed to do live. I was really busy. By the time I'm done, it was 6 p.m. Not possible to do live because, and then the day before I had something on. Basically, basically, besides holiday, we should be doing live every day, 10 stories. But so far, it is not been easy keeping to the schedule. James Tan, this is first time seeing you live. Yeah, James, this is a new format we're going forward. So we want to do all our recording behind the scenes style. Can interact with our audience, take in feedbacks, just like this story of the 11-year-old boy that you want to see covered. Many people have told us about this story. Hairwin Studio, thank you for the heart me. Hairwin Studio, thank you for the Go Popular, the up arrow. Yeah, so we are also expanding the amount we're doing. We're doing from 3 to 5 daily to 10 daily, which is not easy, plus it being live even harder, and then live, and we are multi-streaming on 3 platforms: TikTok, YouTube, and Palm.fun. So it's even harder. Welcome back to the stream, Vesso88, welcome back. Sorry we missed out a stream yesterday. Yesterday was really too hectic for me. By the time I was ready, it's like 6 p.m. Not possible, because if I were to record, I mean, okay, fine, yesterday if I record 3 stories and then the team's still able to do it, but then fine, yesterday we got lazy. We should have streamed yesterday, but I mean technically, think about it, I could have covered 3, but we prepared 10, so our bad. Anyway, back to today. We have 7 stories today. Supposed to be 10. I reduced to 8, and then 1 story went missing, so we have 7. We have covered 4, so we have 3 more. The last 2 are Singapore stories. The current stories are China stories, which I have gone through the points. I'm gonna start recording on it soon, and it's 7 p.m. I'm gonna wait till like 8:30 p.m. to order food, so it's cheaper for Grab. Now it's like peak hour, not worth to pay the delivery fees. Or maybe wait, 8:30. 8:30 should be cheaper. Yeah, and this story I want to cover it really fast. Okay. Xiao Purple, thank you for joining us, and welcome back to the stream, Vesso88. Okay, I'm gonna be recording in session 3, 2, 1. So the 11-year-old boy, can we do it today? Some time constraint. Let me just cover this first. Asmita SG, thank you for joining us. Veso88, thank you for the hut me. Sorry, I just saw it. Okay, let me just check this and then I will prep the points for the Gong Cha story, okay? Wanna see if I miss out anything and have to reread that because I didn't notice were the workers informed or it was just like a sudden notice. So like what? Nothing mentioned, you know? You just said that all outlets today are closed. Okay, it's closed with immediate effect. So were the workers informed beforehand or they only know today? Also, there's no context here. Those are more of the stuff, more points that I wanted to touch on. Or people, neighboring shops are saying that the shop was already closed yesterday. So maybe staff were aware. Mm, an employee said over the phone it would be rebranded. So maybe maybe they're not ending the lease, you know. Maybe out of the 29 outlets, a portion of them could be rebranded. Let me see. What is that? Okay. So they might not be ending all these. Some might be rebranded. John Lee, he is your idol. Welcome back to the stream, brother John. Irene, thank you for joining us. And apparently CNA tried reaching out to Gong Cha several times. Most of them say sorry, cannot decline. And then finally one alleged employee say they will be rebranded. So probably not all are going to be, you know, closed. Maybe, I mean, all no more Gong Cha, but I'm guessing some of them will be rebranded lah. And as of now, they say wait for the official statement. We could cover now or we could wait for the official statement. Because the official statement usually might have different context from what we know now. John Lee, brother, keep up your fantastic work. Thank you so much, John Lee. We're trying our best to make it a regular thing. It has not been easy. Oh, wait. Why did I put my earphones away? I was halfway checking through the audio. Wait. Okay, we need to re-record the ending for that. The ending was a mess. I was like re-listening to the ending of that last China story 5 times. I don't even understand what am I talking about. Okay, let's re-record the ending. Just the ending part needs to change. Okay. So be right back. Oh no. I hit the wrong button. It's downloading and installing Streamlabs now. Okay, recording in session. 3, 2, 1. No. How do I close this? What should I eat for dinner? What should I eat for dinner? Burger. Should I get a burger? I think I'm gonna order McDonald's again. Oops. Okay. Anyway, it's okay to mention that right on stream. It's not like we have sponsors from opposing burger joints. Let me rename and upload those files first. Thank you for joining us, Ajoy. This is China 2-year-old toddler. Su Daman, thank you for joining us. What should I order? Dinner. Let me see what is available. Short break AMA everyone. We still have at least 2 more stories. Not sure if we're gonna do 3. What should I eat for dinner? Nicole Sharul Mran, thank you for joining us. Ooh. WB, thank you for joining us. What should we eat? Caramel with marshmallows. Thank you for joining us. Xiao Lu Zhong. Rick GPH, thank you for joining us. So, what should we eat? McDonald's the easiest. Gui Serene, thank you for joining us. McDonald's. No, McDonald's. 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 Why am I looking at Burger King? Okay, McDonald's is here. No, I can order here. Do you want anything? If not, I just order here. And Noi, thank you for joining us. Okay, I tell you what I want. I just want I want buttermilk crispy chicken a la carte. And a McWings. That's it.
Which one do we need?
McWings. Vivian Quay Hyder, thank you for joining us. I am just ordering dinner. Victor, what the fish, thank you for joining us. Yeah. Just the buttermilk crispy chicken burger and the McWings will do. So I'll have 2 main course for dinner. 1 burger and 1 4-piece McWings. That's a lot. No fries. No soft drinks. Okay, where were we? Story 6. Gong Cha closes down all 29 outlets with immediate effect. Let's do that. Thank you for sharing the live. Chen SJ, thank you so much. Sugati M, thank you for joining us. I keep kicking this table. Okay, I need to sit up properly. Okay. Okay, the Gong Cha story, the points are not ready yet. Let's just do one more Singapore story first. This one. Okay, we'll have to do the 11-year-old story tomorrow. If not, honestly, I don't think we would be able to output so much because my last few recordings were pretty lengthy. Let me think about it. Because the length of the video affects how much stories you can cover, you see. Let me go through it a bit. I'm afraid if we cover 3 more today and all of them being so lengthy. Wait, let me stretch a while. So, actually I could record while I could be standing up and recording also and streaming. This way I can stretch myself. Right? Thank you for joining us. This name. So. So let me go through the stories again. This is like 2 minutes. 5 plus 4, 9. 9 plus 2, 11. 11 plus 3, 14. 14 and then plus another 2, 16. This story is definitely at least 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, the first one is about 2 minutes. 2, 4, 4 plus 4, 8. 8 plus 3, 11. 11 plus 5, 16. We're already at 16 minutes for the long form today. Sixteen minutes plus the other 3 will take me at least 10. There will be 26 minutes video today. I don't think we can output 26 minutes at this point. Sixteen plus 5, 21 minutes. Yeah. Okay, we have to do the 11-year-old story tomorrow. I think that's the best. Okay, let's go through the Gong Cha story. Is not ready yet. I mean, let's just do the last story of the day first. So is this mother, 40-year-old mother of 3, sentenced to 33 months jail for cheating 18 victims of nearly 277,000 Singapore dollars between September and December 2022. 3 months. She scammed so much in 3 months through fake iPhone sales and investment deals. She continued offending even while under police investigation and has repaid only about 38,000 Singapore dollars to some victims. So it's actually more than that. Because wait, the timing is weird here. So what is her scheme here? Between September to December 2022, Tiang Kim Hua devised a cheating scheme. So she claimed to sell electronical gadgets like iPhones at discounted price. How did she manage to cheat so much from 18 victims? What? How expensive or how many iPhones were they buying? There is an average of over 10,000 per victim. What are these? What is she selling? Oh, okay. The largest loss was one 40-year-old man who paid nearly 159,000 Singapore dollars. So her method was, she always fulfill the first sale, let them feel that she's a legit seller. And then the next month, she contacted the buyer again, this time offering so-called really great deal, very enticing deal, so that he believed her and paid her 159,000 Singapore dollars for 114 iPhones and an Apple Watch, none which were delivered. The man has since been returned 25,000 Singapore dollars. And she also cheated other individuals, including her own colleague. I don't understand what was her plan. She is a mother of three. Was she planning to scam a large amount of monies and then just disappear? Or was she planning to keep scamming newer victims to pay back the old ones? What was the game plan here? What was the end game here? Veso 88 Simi story today, covering two more stories. One is the Gongcha. Gongcha just announced 2 hours ago closing all outlets island-wide. All 29 outlets are closed. And now I'm gonna do the last story first, which is this mother of three that scammed 277,000 Singapore dollars through, I believe it's through Caro to the cell, I believe. So her scheme is very simple. She deliver the first product and then she offer a big bundle, really enticing deal, and then get people to pay for them, and then 0 products delivered. But the thing is, I don't understand her plan. Reading this story, I don't understand. She's a mother of three. Was she planning to scam a large amount of money and then disappear? There's no way she's gonna be able to run. Or she keep planning to scam newer victims to pay back the old one. It just doesn't make sense. Her scam doesn't make sense. What was her exit here in this scam? Because she's in Singapore, she's a mother of three. Was she really planning to just leave and ditch, leaving her kids behind here? So, what was the motive? It's only inevitably a matter of time before you get caught. Vessel, OMG, drink more water. My lips so dry can be seen. Okay. Okay, I finally understand already. I finally understand why she's scamming already. She used part of her illegal gains to settle gambling debts. Okay. I know, I understand now. Basically, the people chasing her to settle her gambling debts are more scary than the people that she scammed and asking her to, hey, where are the products I paid for? So probably all this money that she gained, a portion of them she also, gamble it, probably thinking, if I'm successful then, I can return all the stuff, all the money that I scam. Probably her thinking is like that, But obviously, things got from bad to worse, and then to the, how do I say, utter poop holes. Anyway, she has been caught, sentenced to 33 months just very recently, October 1st, 2025. She scammed over 277,000 Singapore dollars, only repaid 38,000 Singapore dollars. That's the thing with scam cases, Even if the scammer is caught, sentenced, you won't get your money back. That money is gone. She's gonna come out in 33 months, and there's like nothing, there's no restitution to the victims already. She already paid 38,000 Singapore dollars. She can't pay anymore already. I don't think there's an order here like saying like after you come out you have to repay them or what. No, there isn't. The money scam, even you catch a scammer, is gone. A lot of people have the idea that catch a scammer, we can get our money back. No, it doesn't work that way. Even the scammers with money, right? They already plan, in case I get caught, I already have something to say like, hey, you can check here. I have no money. It's gone. I'm sorry, it's gone. Vessel, you saw a whale? Thing you miss? Eileen, whale diving. Eileen, thank you for the heart meat. Thank you for the whale diving. Eileen, I think that's very expensive, Eileen. Eileen Ling SG, thank you so much for the whale diving. I'm sorry, I was engrossed with the scam story because I don't understand her motive, why she was behaving in such a manner when it was very obvious she's gonna run into trouble and get caught. And I don't think she's gonna ditch her 3 kids and just disappear also. Whale diving, I thank you very much, Eileen. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support, Eileen. Thank you very much. I have no idea how much is that, but I think it's super expensive. Is it like crazy amount expensive? Oh my god. So once again, Eileen, thank you so much. Double hearts for you. Thank you so much for the whale. Okay, so now wait, let me the story. So wait. There's just one more thing I want to check, like, is there any follow-up order for her to pay up everything that she scammed? Because she has a job, right? After she comes out, she will get back a job again. Is there any way to make her like slowly make restitutions to the scam victims? If not, every time you catch a scammer, you sentence them, but the victims don't get the money back. That's the worst part, you see. Let me see. Nothing mentioned here. Yeah, she doesn't have to she doesn't have to pay back. She doesn't have to pay back, because it says here 14 other charges relating to other victims and the remaining amount were considered during her sentencing. So the amount that she couldn't repay back, that amount is already factored into her sentencing, which is 33 months. That is like, oh my god. I mean, if you work out the maths, right? If you work out the maths, 230k divide by 33 months, that's like $7,000 a month. Am I understanding this wrongly? Let me just check one more time. I need to recheck this myself, okay? Am I understanding this context wrongly? Let me put this here. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me check the link. This is Straits Times. Wait. When was this story? Okay. Found it. Okay, just wanted more context. Big Mama, thank you for joining us. Is Eileen here? Eileen Ling. By the way, thank you for always supporting us. I always seen Eileen entering our chat, but haven't seen her speak at all actually, usually. Yeah, haven't seen her say hello before. May Henry Lim, thank you for joining us. This TTS Daily, I'm Yi. Sharon, thank you for joining us. What's this? Attention Walmart security. Okay, this one is this one is don't know what's this. Let's random spam. May Henny Lim. Hello, welcome to the stream, May. I'm Yi. Sashimi, thank you for joining us. Annie Chua, thank you for joining us. Bubble Tea, hello 师兄 Bubble Tea 师妹 welcome to TTS Daily. I'm Yi, in case you're not familiar. Bubble Tea 师妹, were you the one looking for the 打落? Were you the one? I remember there was someone that was looking for the 纸币打落, you know. Were you the one? Is that my dinner? Is that McDonald's? So by the way, I remember there was someone looking for a specific 纸币 bubble tea. I'm not the one. Oh, okay. I forgot who was it. I know there was someone that's looking for a 纸币 that I have, and the exact requirements, because they were asking for 白毫打落双水纹. Then I was like thinking, wait, don't I have this? Oh, it's you? It's really you? Yes, I'm looking for it, but I didn't told Si Jie. So it's really you ah. I was like, then I was thinking, because I was thinking very weird. You know why I remember it? Because very few people will specifically look for double waterline beats. So specific. I mean, what you look for was specifically what I'm. Not you. Oh. Anyway, it's here. I have one here. Specifically, whoever that made that request, I have it here. Double waterline, 摆好打落. Yeah, bubble tea. That's why I remember it clearly because the specifications was exactly what I have. Can see closer. Can you see? By the way, this is TTS Daily behind the scenes stream. This is just impromptu showing a pendant to a friend. We'll be resuming our stream soon. Do you see that? Nice, right? Yeah, I like it a lot. So, and then this pattern, I believe, not many people make it because it seems to be like not a really popular pattern for this shape. Even though it is not hard to draw to make the pattern, but like not much people will look for that, so they don't really make much of it. Anyways, yeah, so I was correct. The remaining money, no need to repay back because it's really factored into her sentencing. So the victims, bubble tea. First time I see you here. We stream here daily, Monday to Friday. Bubble tea. I'm not sure if you're familiar with us, TTS, the Talk Squad. So we upload stories. We do Asian news, spotlight on Singapore. Our focus is on Singapore, and then sometimes when there's not much news, we also cover China, Japan, and all that. So usually we upload 3 to 5 stories daily. But recently we wanted to increase our production capacity, so we're trying to upload 10 a day, and it's proving to be really difficult. In addition to doubling our content output, we're also doing it live on stream. So when I'm recording a story, I'll have to mute the stream. Yep. Delicious, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so yeah, that's why. So this is just a passion project we're doing. So at first we do this out of fun, and then before we know it, we're spending so much time recording it. So we thought might as well make it into a stream daily. Once again, disclaimer, during weekdays, right? I mean disclaimer, public holidays and school holidays, probably you won't see us streaming here because school holidays, I'll definitely be out with my kids. So even if I stream it, it will be, actually, school holidays, I have to think about it. But school holidays can still upload. So basically, I can upload faster if I'm not streaming. When I'm streaming, then my speed is slower because I'll have to go through the stories with audience together. Be it sometimes there's only one viewer. I still have to go through it, go through the motion, and then record and upload and post production and all that. Hopefully, this is something that we can take it as far and build upon it as far as possible. So far, yeah. That's why I have people on TikTok. If you could please follow us, on U to the Tube. Currently, our U to the Tube long form content that we post daily, the long form videos that is around 15 to 20 minutes long daily, where we compile all the daily uploads together. That is the best way for us to monetize right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for your understanding, and thank you for the Heart Me bubble tea. Thank you for the Heart Me May Henny Lim. So I'm about to. Is it? Did McDonald's arrive? No. Okay. Okay, I'm going to record the scam story first. So I'll have to mute the chat in 3, 2, 1. me drink some water first. Let me think how. Meow Meow, thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining us. (8:15 p.m.) You know what? Let me check. An upload is ready. I'm just gonna check it first. The first story is ready. So at least we can upload this, the first story that we live recorded together. Jonathan Yo, thank you for joining us. I'm checking the story. Woman hospitalized after incident at Singapore's SMU. SMU is really Singapore Management University, right? Why is it called Singapore's SMU? It should be called Singapore SMU. No. Singapore SMU would be Singapore Management University. Singapore Management University. But people do say at Singapore, at NUS Singapore. No. Saying at NUS Singapore is even weirder. At NUS Singapore would mean at National University Singapore. So it should be woman hospitalized after incident at SMU in Singapore. It's a really weird thumbnail caption. What is going on? I have to reject this video already. It's a long day. At where? What? Did I say she is alive? Oh my god. Doesn't even work. What is wrong with my WhatsApp? It went off. Thumbs up, join. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Yi, this is TTS Daily. I'm gonna re-record the last video I did. So, gonna mute the stream in 3, 2, 1. forgot to unmute you to the tube. Had mooncakes for afternoon snack, so no dinner. Wow, CYH, you controlling carbo, is it? Because I'm also trying to control my carbo. But I had cupcake today. Instead of my usual 2 boiled eggs for breakfast and lunch, I had 1 boiled egg and 1 cupcake, and that cupcake was huge. And now I'm having a burger that has so much bun and sauce in it. So much carbo. CYH, yes, no carbo for a few months now. Low carb diet really works, CYH. Stick to it. David Yo, Yu Menglong case, what you think? David Yo, we covered the Yu Menglong case, I think, about 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if there's any new updates. Earlier on, there was a viewer that shared that they say his mother is now officially missing. So, and also something about his mother seen crying in court, but she couldn't confirm or give more context. So I need to check up on it again over the weekend. If there is an update video on him, we will cover. Personally, I just think I think there's a lot of misinformation on the webs, on the interwebs. Okay, so you have to be careful of what you believe in. Some people are just making the story more and more sensational. Some people are just making the story more and more spicy to bait your engagement. So, you know, I hope people can do some critical thinking on their own part when you see such stories. Okay. Mm. By the way, CYH, if you are here, low carb really works. I limit my carb to still consider high, but last time I was doing 50 grams a day. Now I'm at 100 grams a day. It does work. I've been on low carb for like I don't know, 15 years, I think. Yeah, around there, 15 years. The first few months are very painful. So the only way is to eat a lot of eggs, because eggs make you full. Though you have to watch for the cholesterol. Sally Gear, thank you for joining us. My dear friend Sally Gear is here. Just nice, you caught me while I'm having dinner. Lucy Lim, thank you for joining us. CYH, agree to hard-boiled eggs for breakfast. Last time when I first started low carb, I was so hungry. I was eating like 6 eggs a day. And then because we cannot eat rice, cannot eat noodle, cannot eat bread, I had to eat a lot of meat. And oh my god, low carb diet starting out is super expensive. It's either you eat a lot of eggs to be full or you eat a lot of meat. And then when you eat a lot of meat, it is expensive. But when you're used to it, then you can control already. Starting out is so tough, you know. So many days I felt like I was gonna faint, you know. Man Adventures, thank you for joining us. But I think, you know what's the best thing about low carb diets? It made me healthy because of low carb diets. I totally quit drinking soft drinks. So every day I only drink coffee, tea, or water now. Even if you can't do low carb diet, just quitting soft drinks is a game changer to your health in itself. CYH, yep, cup sugar. But now I'm at this stage now where I eat up to 100 grams a day. So I can still have a cupcake a day. But I have to watch my weight. The moment it goes up, that means I need to go back to strictly, 50 grams or even 30 grams of carbs a day again. But it's manageable now. So yeah, so cupcake today and then a burger today. So tomorrow maybe I'll just have to go harder on the carb control. It's quite manageable now. I mean, I've been doing it for 15 years now. Yeah, I really started very long ago. It used to be known as the Atkins diet. Then after that, people call it the zero carb diet. Then there was the low carb version. I think there was another name also. They call it what? It's basically the same idea. Cut carbo so that your body go into ketosis, so that you start burning your fats for energy. That's the main idea. That's the main concept. Let me get my McWings. Where is my McWings? Okay. Anderson Neo, Alice, thank you for joining us. Oh no, Live Studio say that I have been inactive. Wait, let me click this. Select two objects that are the same shape. Okay. No more water. What am I gonna do for dinner when I'm at a new place? I'll grab. Kitty Homie 4, thank you for joining us. That's me here. Thank you for joining us. Irene, thank you for joining us. Kimberly, thank you for joining us. I'm full. What? Not gonna waste the two chicken wing. Mm. Lucy Tan, thank you for joining us. Oh my god, I feel so full. I'll finish this. I want to stream earlier tomorrow. Tomorrow is Children's Day. So if I can stream earlier and end earlier, I can play with my kids. So tomorrow we're going to try to stream. I'm thinking latest 1 p.m. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Ran out of water, had to make tea. Thank you for joining us. And there was no flag for not being active at all. And when I'm down here, they will flag me for being inactive. Maybe the moving lights behind triggered. See? No more water. Okay, let's check that recording. Let's check. Let's check that recording. Okay, I'm refreshed. We can move fast again. Let's check this one. Thank you for joining us, Lillian. I'm just checking my recording. is okay. It's okay. Can. Not my best. Can't be creating bangers every day. Can I be creating bangers every day? Not at that stage yet. Lilian, thank you for joining us. Joining us again. Okay, we have one more video to do today. Gongcha closes down. GG. Any fans of Gongcha here? Share your tales and stories of your most favorite, wonderful, lovely moments at Gongcha with us. Any Gongcha fans here? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, folder 7. Last story. 33 months, mother of 3. NG Bluey, thank you for joining us. No Money AAC77, thank you for joining us. Wait, what's going on? My WhatsApp is lagging, oh my god. Why is the WhatsApp app on the PC lagging so hard? I'm just trying to reply to a message. It won't even let me click on the text box. Ririn20, thank you for joining us. We have one more story to cover, Gongcha. Very brief, easy story to cover. My computer can't handle streaming and recording and I can't reply. Oh my god, what's going on? WhatsApp is lagging. Am I lagging? Okay, this is okay. Twelve viewers. We have 12 viewers now. This is our peak for today. Oh no, 11 now. Oh but enjoyed that while it lasts. 10. No lag. Thank you, CYH. Thank you for always supporting us. I'm trying to oh yes, finally I can type. No, okay. Okay. Why is my WhatsApp lagging on my PC? Any of you use WhatsApp on your PC? It's so much better to use WhatsApp on PC than phones for work. But oh my god, it's lagging so hard now. CYH, yep. Because I don't use T to the G, you know. I don't really use T to the G. I don't use we to the chat. I mean, most of us don't use we to the chat, but a lot of people love to use tally to the gram. I don't understand why. Why ah? I don't understand How can you handle so many communication applications? Isn't WhatsApp enough for us? I don't understand people. So, our last story, I'm just gonna check it now. Okay, just check it here. TT, thank you for joining us. Etienne Le Chun Hua, Madam Ong, thank you for joining us, Madam Ong. God. I keep using the wrong mouse and then staring at the wrong screen. No wonder the mouse cursor doesn't move. Okay, quick recap on what happened to Gong Cha. So, looks like we don't have any Gong Cha fans here. Looks like all of us that watch TTS daily are not into sugary drinks. Very good. Su Daman, thank you for joining us and welcome back. I saw you joining us earlier. Wait. I'm just gonna check my hair. The last video, make it nice. Sit up straight. No more lazing around. Proper posture. Okay. Lilian, thank you for joining us back again. Peaceful Fitness Teacher Dean, thank you for joining us. This is TTS Daily. I'm Yi. This is behind the scenes. So on October 2nd, 2025, Gong Cha Singapore COO, Gong Cha Singapore CEO Kang Hui Seng, Gong Cha Singapore CEO Kang Pui Seng confirmed that the bubble tea chain has ceased all operations in Singapore. From October 1st, Gong Cha Singapore was no longer the franchise and all 29 Gong Cha Singapore was no longer the franchisee. So they terminate with the franchisor, and all 29 outlets were closed. The company expressed gratitude to customers and staff and assured that issues from the closure will be handled responsibly. And then there's a background of Gong Cha in Singapore, which I would just briefly cover. Jeez, that is a lot of points. That is a lot of points for 30 seconds news. Fine, we'll go through public observations. In July 2025, users started noticing outlet closures such as Simei MRT station branch. And then on review platforms like Yelp, outlets like the one at 100M Mall were listed as permanently closed. In the days leading up to October 1st, 2025, multiple reports surfaced that outlets across Singapore were shutting down. Several outlets checked by Mothership and Asia One appeared closed yesterday. Yesterday? They were checked today, but let me check. Let me check this. This looks wrong. The news is fresh today. What? Oh my god, why am I typing here? Holy. Oh my god. GQ Girl, thank you for joining us again. I deleted the link and I can't make it go back. What did I press? Hold on a minute, I messed up my GQ Girl nightlife. Yes, one more story to record. GQ Girl, one more story to record. And I'm... Oh, wait, it's back. The Gong Cha story. and I just need to check some points. I'm gonna close all of this. Oops, did you all hear my stomach growl? Okay. Okay, anyway, oh my god, there's updated news to Gongcha. Not goodbye, but see you soon. Gongcha to relaunch in Singapore in 2026. So I have to add this, I guess. Okay, okay. They're just changing franchisee, okay? So don't be sad, fans. They're gonna relaunch Gongcha 2.0 stores next year. Gongcha will never leave Singapore, it seems. Okay. Thursday afternoon is today, what? Hello, Thursday afternoon is today. That's why they say yesterday. Okay. Where was the news from today? Okay, now this one. Fine. All Gongcha outlets were closed yesterday, but the news only came out today. Alright. But it wasn't checked yesterday. That is wrong. Okay, I just need to add this. James William, hi. If any news you can air. James, we have one ready. I think we have. Oh, there is actually one pending for me to check. You mean, we're recording our last story now, James. So I'm just kind of chilling, cause it's Gongcha. Mason 8372, thank you for joining us. TTS is the talk squad. We're not text to speech, sadly. There is no text to speech yet until we figure out how to implement it on TikTok for you guys. Okay? But it's a great idea. Text to speech is a great idea, especially when we name ourselves the talk squad with we didn't know people will keep thinking it's text to speech, by the way. So you know all our shows that we upload daily, we say this is TTS Daily, TTS Daily, TTS Daily. But thanks to TikTok, we realized TTS means text to speech. Yep. Thank you, Mason, for joining us. Yeah. If you like some Asian news, spotlight on Singapore. If you want to know more about Singapore, follow us, okay? We also cover China stories, you know, and around the world, but mostly our spotlights on Singapore. Tennis 2000. Is pickleball tennis 2.0, but better and less competitive? I know if I say it that way, a lot of people are gonna get triggered, right? I just congratulated them for being tennis 2.0, saying it's better but less competitive. So let me check the story that we have ready. Oh my god, court criticized NTUC. This one have to be very careful with you. This one, oh my god, my WhatsApp is killing my system. Oh my god, guys, my WhatsApp is ruining everything. Shh. Can I restart my WhatsApp? Okay, let me check this. Oh my god, I made a mistake here. I said the year is 2024. Shai Kai, hello, welcome back to the stream, Shai Kai. I'm going through one of my second video. I said a wrong date. The sentence was on 1st October 2025. I said it as 2024. Shy Kai, oh no, yeah. CYH, a lot of effort. Yeah, so sometimes what we do when I say the wrong year, which is quite common, you should realize that I say the word 2025 pretty often, right? Literally every day I say the word 2025 because every news is happening this year. So what we do is we would mute the part that I say wrongly and then replace with a sound clip that I've said 2025, and it's super easy to find me saying 2025. That's what we do. Then we just change instead of redoing everything because of one wrong year. But if it's a date, then it's hard. But if it's 2025, that's still manageable. Yusni, thank you for joining us. Let me check the rest of the video. Thank you for the follow, Nadia Bell. Anna, thank you for joining us. Shaika is okay, people makes mistakes. Yes, I make a ton of mistakes daily. Sometimes I do that too when I forget the dates. Shakai, do you also record stories too? Oops. Oh no, what happened to my recording? Okay, so that was quite okay. I just went through the recording. I mean, the finish editing. I just made one mistake. Although, let me see. I think the rest are okay. Just gonna do a quick check again. Have to be careful, this is NTUC income we're talking about. I cannot have anything in wrong context here. Shakai, no, I wish you could do what you do. If I record, I'm gonna have a headache. Anybody can do what I do if just do it every day, Shakai. I'm pretty sure you can too. Okay, this is not something that requires special talent for it. Just if you're gonna be talking to the camera every day for 5 different stories, everyone can do this. It's just practice only, honestly. I think the hardest thing is just to find the time and consistency to do it. I think content creation is mainly about consistency. As long as you can find the time to keep doing it every day several times, sure can. Shakai, I agree. Yep, that's all really. Consistency is the hardest trait, TRAIT, the hardest trait to to have. I really don't have time for that though, knowing my schedule is hectic. That's why when I wanted to do content creation, I was thinking like there's so many content you can make. Honestly, the funnest content creation to make would probably be comedy skits. You know, funny skits are the funnest to make, but they are also very time consuming. So I went through like thinking what is the one that is most time efficient, and one of them is sharing the news, I guess. But sometimes I do think about it if I wanted to start doing it, but I don't have time for it. How do you? Okay, How do you? Can you do it? Uh, I mean, I just find time. I just keep committing to it. I started out doing one story a day. Then we built up to three. Then it was five. We used to do Monday to Saturday, besides public holidays and Sunday. For now, we are expanding from 5 a day to 10 a day. So it's really much harder now. And besides making it 10 a day, it's live behind the scenes. So that's even harder because I'm dealing with a lot of devices in front of me right now. And then when you have so many applications open, live stream and all that with recording and uploading, downloading, the device will keep overheating and stalling. So that's why Saturdays we can't really upload anymore. That's why we switch, since we are doubling our daily content, we switch from Monday to Saturday to Monday to Fridays. And then Saturday wise, I'm still thinking what to do about it, but probably gonna do, might do members only featured video because there's a lot of stuff they want to do that is not ad friendly. Especially news regarding social awareness on kids being unloved by people that should love them. A lot of such issues that very hard to upload on you to the tube. You'll get flagged for AdSense, and then I mean, honestly, AdSense is the best way for us to try to cover the costs right now. So, and YouTube membership, I guess in future. I mean, soon. I mean, I would say it should be ready by this month. It should be ready. We're just trying to figure out the workflow now because we suddenly increase our production by double, and then including the live stream. So suddenly everything is like in a mess. Angela, thank you for joining us. No762, thank you for the follow. Akao, thank you for joining us. Let me check where was I at. Striker, you're talking about the guy who actually passed away or something? Which guy? Which news? I'm talking about the NTUC income story here. The one that NTUC income don't want to, don't want to compensate for all the claims that the victims, estate and family is asking for. And then the part that really triggered me was the part that they say, I shouldn't give you any compensation for pain and suffering because he's basically like brain dead. I mean, for lack of a better word, sorry, I apologize. I mean, he has severe brain injuries, so he's in a comatose. He shouldn't be able to feel pain. I mean, that was a really, I don't know, I just felt very tasteless reading that. This was their defense. Shakai, the guy who actually is actor. Shakai, which news is this? Can you tell me the name? Did it just happen? I'm not from. Oh, Shakai, you actually talking? Okay. Yu Meng Long. Shakai, earlier on got a viewer shared with us that they say, not sure how true it is because I was asking for more context they didn't have. What they say was, they say Yu Menglong's mother is officially missing after being seen crying in court. So I do check on his story, every few days. I haven't seen that yet, but that's what they told me. I'll check it up again this weekend. If there's more, verified statements, then we'll do an update video on that. Because officially, when you say officially missing, it means the police have a statement saying the mother is missing. It's not like we cannot find the person, then you say it's officially missing. It could be the mother doesn't want to talk to the public or to the media. So I do not know why they say it's officially missing, unless really the police came out with a statement, his mother is really missing. So I have to check on that first. Lost Souls, thank you for joining us. Okay, so this one, I'm just gonna briefly add notes here. Shaikai, I feel like how he passed away was so sad. It is a really tragic case. It is a really tragic case. I mean, the main consideration is just, look at the safety net. That safety net is not easy to open. That is really the first alarming point. Shaikai, he doesn't deserve that, to be honest. Yep, like I think I've mentioned before, you can see from his body language, you can roughly tell a person's body language, a person's characteristics, character, demeanor from their body language. He's a very quiet and shy person. Hazel Coffee, thank you for joining us. Shaikai, I didn't believe the fact that people say that he, he leap when you're drunk, you just sleep. Yeah, that was why in the video also mentioned that, if only we have more context on what actually happened before that night, what happened that caused him allegedly to be 3x the blood limit for L to the core to the hall. People have noted that he doesn't seem to be the kind that enjoys drinking so much. One more story, many more to Janice, thank you for joining us. Positive Mindset, thank you for joining us. Joyce Chio, thank you for joining us. Shrek, hi. Thank you for the Hat Me, Jasmine. Thank you for the mooncake, Li Yan Chuan. Sorry, I just saw all this. Thank you for the Hat Me, positive mindset. Striker, I wish he gets the Striker, I wish he gets justice for him and his mum. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna do the CEO of Hongcha Global is Paul Renish. I was expecting a Chinese CEO. Oh my god, this is too long. I'm not gonna cover all this. Okay, guys, I squad. I need to record the last story. So muting audio in 3, 2, 1. Record. guys on You to the Tube and Palm.fun. I know you've been muted for the longest time ever, so surprisingly, I'm saying my byes now. See you all tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Bye You to the Tube. Bye Palm.fun. Bye TikTok. See you all tomorrow. I'll see you all again here live in less than 12, 13, 14, 15. In less than 15 hours, I'll see you guys here again. That's fast. I'll see you guys again in less than 15 hours, okay? Alright, see you guys. Bye. Bye, David. Bye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye bye.